Okay, we are live on Twitter and YouTube now. Let me just recap what our plan for the day is. And I don't think I actually updated my today command on Twitch. So let me just copy and paste that. Okay, cool. So yeah, our plan for the day is we're going to continue the API key stuff. This time we're working on the MarkDoc-based API documentation. I'm using MarkDoc mainly because I already have a system built for it, and I do tend to like it a little more than MDX, right? The separation of concerns between like a tag and the actual like React code. I like the tags being this like abstraction. Now, theoretically, it'd be a little bit better and more useful to companies and teams that have like dedicated docs people that aren't engineers. But yeah, I still like the idea of MarkDoc. I like the separation of concerns between content and tag creation. I don't know. Mainly because, like, the main reason we're doing it is because I have this stuff already built for an older tool, and we copied a bunch of that stuff over. Let me make sure I got what we got there. Yeah. So we copied a bunch of that stuff over from that project, and we haven't made any modifications to it yet. I assume we'll need to do so, but we haven't even tested it really. That's where we wrapped up on Saturday before going and partying a bit. So yeah, let's get to it. All right, one more thing to look at. The Gitbench stuff should have shipped by now, which means... Okay, we do see GPT in there. But... I don't see GPT 5.5. And I do have some work to do for this too. Yeah, I don't think the scores are important in that search. Let me do some stuff. Let me do a quick fix. Okay. So, wait, what is... Where is that? The requirements.txt files? What did we do that caused those to be necessary? Because I don't think I needed them over on the work machine. Yeah, that one, that's a bit weird. Let me pour some more tea. All right, so one thing I want to do then. It's basically for the drop down, and we can just do this part by hand. I don't think it's even worth prompting. Hold on. What page is that even on? Pass rate bar chart. Model output controls. Ah, that's what it was. Okay. Oh, and then model selector. Wait. Oh, it's in charts. That's why I didn't see it. Okay. So hold on. For each one of these things, render item end. Let me just see how that looks. Uh, I was at port 3000. That's right. 3001. What? Uh, what? Let me double check one more thing. Yeah, none of the Google models are in there either. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Just one second. I have to go to Vercel over here. We go to the project. We go to settings. Son of a bitch. Okay. So theoretically, okay, so I'd have to redeploy that. Sure, not a big deal. Um, all right, so then what ends up being the issue with why I can't see a results JSON file? All right, we go into web, public, results.json. Oh, hold up. No. Yeah, so we haven't deleted it. Sorry, yeah, we'll get to the API key stuff here in a second. Still got to make sure that this work stuff's moving along as it should. So hold on. Is that a get LFS issue? Anyone here ever work with LFS? Okay, so it has it there locally. Let me get more music on. Okay, so it did override those. But then if we look at it, nope. Yeah, hold on. Let me get more music going. Yeah, I haven't used Git LFS that much. Let me see if it's there. Yeah, this is confusing. Yeah, it's a 100 megabyte file, which is not ideal. It is a little slow. I feel like it should be quicker than that. I'm on gigabit. Hold on. So hold up. I'll share this at least. This is kind of fun. I already clicked it. That's what the bar up top is. But I think that's just an issue with. Yeah, see, it downloads fine. Oh, I see. It kicked off a download and then it just left the blue bar up top. So the blue bar is completely misleading. Okay. So we're able to download it, right? It's stored with Git LFS, but we're running into an issue where my local here doesn't have it now. Oh, and what was that? I don't remember when that happened. GitHub is vibe coded. I wouldn't quite say that. This is a legacy of them having. This is part of them having to deal with God, what was it called? Like the Ruby on Rails like turbo thing that they were doing. I believe it's a React app now, but I think they still have a bunch of like legacy bullshit from when it was the full on like Ruby on Rails app. Turbo progress bar. Yeah. See, so they're still using Turbo actually. It is not React. Yeah, that's Turbo's fault. That is totally Turbo's fault. It was like Turbo something. I know, right? We could start using fucking. Oh man, we could just start using the decimal values of GitHub's fucking turbo loader. Oh man, we should have taken a screenshot. I wonder if we can reproduce it. Hold on. This is gonna be fun. Yeah, we can start using it as entropy in our random number generators. Okay, so hold on. While we're waiting for that to get into the state we want, I am getting roasted on Reddit because I complained about some pizza. Dude, this shit is burnt to fuck. Like, I tipped it on its side and tapped it, and it was bulletproof. There was no folding that slice. This is the worst pizza I've gotten at any Seattle pizza place. I would have preferred, like, soupy, you know? I didn't even eat this. It was awful, right? Like, dude, it was so burnt. You'd hold it up, and it wouldn't, like, droop at all. It was just fucking a plank. But, dude, I am getting so fucking downvoted. Nah, it's my name. I am CM Griffin. No, this is not Big Mario's, dude. Big Mario's wouldn't do this to us. I've never had a slice this bad at Big Mario's. Ever. Like, I have had ones that had, like, a giant, like, pocket where, like, the cheese, like, moves and it's just, like, the dough pocket. I'd much rather have a dough pocket than this fucking burnt piece of shit. Nah, this is a place I used to like going to, but like 10 years ago, when it was still owned by like the original owner, it was way better. But then, hold on, the thing I was just now laughing at is fallen off. Fallen off implies that Belltown Pizza was once good, which is incorrect. This person's so right. I can't believe I didn't thumbs up that yet. But yeah, Han Sohai, my Reddit account is my name, right? I am CM Griffin. I don't do anything weird on Reddit. It's like being worried about people knowing my GitHub handle. Like, what? Who cares? But dude, yeah, people are roasting me. If you have an issue, say something in the moment. Dude, bartender I basically got ignored the moment he dropped the slice off. It was, yeah. It was the worst. It was really bad. Take it to Yelp. This is about political and philosophical implications. Blah blah blah. Learn how to talk to employees that ignore you, dude. I sat there with my card out trying to make eye contact with the fucking bartender dude, who was the only server in the entire restaurant because he let people go early. Like, yeah, it's not my fault. I sat there for easily 10 to 15 minutes trying to pay to leave so I could go someplace else and eat. It was, yeah, just the worst, dude. Belltown pizza has gotten really fucking bad. Yep, Bolo, we've got that. I need to fix it. It's lower on the list than the stuff we're currently working on. Okay, so hold on. Here we go. How do we want to do this? Nope. Gotta get that out of the way. Let's make this narrower, I guess. There we go. All right, so we'll call that good. Oh, it's this one. Thanks, Vinny. All right, so yeah. There's got to be a better way to phrase this real quick. Hold on. People like to complain about GitHub's UI these days, but I'm about to use their broken turbo progress loader as entropy for a pseudo random number generator. How many other Git hosts provide this level of utility for free? How do we feel about that? Is that a good one? Is that a good good meme? Oop. Yeah, exactly, H. Smith. Exactly. It's just science. Yeah, I'd say it's good enough. Okay, so back to it. Let's actually continue, I guess, doing some work. And yeah, first, real quick, I just need to figure out what the right approach is to get this to actually be the results.json that I needed. I did a pull before I had LFS installed on this machine. So yeah, I pulled updates to a repo that added a file to LFS. I pulled before I had LFS installed on this device. Now I just see a file with what does it say? Version OID and SHA. Help! Help! LFS fetch. That's what I was looking for. That was it. Can I specify which remote to pull from? Oh. Okay, so then this might work. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll have to fix that then. Yeah, let me look at where we are with this. Right, we've added a bunch to the marketing stuff, but we could probably go fix those other things. So let's fix the HTML issue, and let's fix the 404. I'm curious what the 404 is though. Anyway, what up, Small Knight? How you doing? Hold on, did I miss anything else? You said also good morning. Okay, so 5.6 Soul is cool, but you feel like you're trained to shoot a handgun and they handed you an AR-15. Is 5.6 released? I wasn't aware it was out yet. Oh, okay. Well, how do you know if you haven't tried it? Do you feel the same way about Fable? Oh, you have access to it at work. Got it, got it, got it, got it. That makes more sense. Now I get it. Okay, so then let's do the first thing, the 404. Docs, getting started, creating your first keyword. So not that one. You're saying this one? Oh, how many keywords can I track? That's the one. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think the related facts were hallucinated. Yeah, we got to fix a bunch of that. I think I'd want to do. We're gonna do a bigger pass on fixing that. I think. Yeah. So what we might want to do then, we'll create a task. It will be for Messijo. Oh god. Yeah, it is. Anthony Shu. Did I lose it already? I did. If not turbo, why turbo shaped? I don't know. That probably doesn't even apply. But yeah, Anthony's the man. Okay, so yeah. That's what we want to do. So Messijo is the thing we're going to be doing. All right, so then folder. We want to do a new work tree. We're going to use Codex for it. The name of the task is fix related docs links. Wait, what the hell does folder mean here? Is it because it's private? I feel like it's not actually creating a work tree either. Anthony is funny. I can't believe it's not turbo. That's funny. Okay, so hold on. So 5.6 Terra feels like Sonnet though. When OpenAI does a thing with a business, they usually give you a forward deployed engineer for a bit. You can say it's actually helpful. That's kind of cool. Yeah, that's actually really cool. Okay, I know what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. But I can't delete this now. So now I just have to go back to Messijo again. Right. I wanted to do this with web. Aha, there we go. Saying to use Codex app. That app is a vibed piece of garbage. Their CLI tool is good. Okay. You mean like the desktop app? Yeah, dude. Nah. Yeah, I don't get why a lot of these companies so heavily push the desktop app bullshit. They fucking suck. Dude, Claude Desktop sucks too. Like, Name a first-party desktop application from any of these providers that's actually any good. You know? I can't think of a single first-party desktop application like from one of the AI model companies that's actually any good. And that doesn't count Cursor, because Cursor started as a desktop app. I'm still not saying Cursor's good, but I would say we can leave it out of this argument. Claude Desktop, Codex. Anyone tried the one from GLM? I think they have one now. I think DeepSeek has one. They all just seem fucking terrible. Way to make you spend way too many tokens. Yeah, I think it's just, I don't know. It does take away a bit of your power, right? Like your ability to use these tools as you want. All the GLM DeepSeek ones are the same thing? Yeah. Remote control only works if the app is running? Ooh, Marvel Scorpion, hold on. Have you checked out Codex? Or not Codex, sorry, Kepler? Brain fart. I read it on screen, and anyone else have that? Where, like, they're saying a thought, and then they read some text, and then they say the text they just read, rather than, like, the thought they were having? But, like, they don't even catch themselves when they do it? I'm lucky I caught myself this time. I've done that a bunch of times. Yeah, it's just so weird. Yeah, just wires get crossed. Okay, so hold on. Let me just do this. Fix relevant /links on docs pages. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna do a prepare task thing. Okay, cool. I just wanted to create that. I wish I could remove this. But yeah, dude, check out Kepler, because Kepler does have a remote access feature as well. So it would need to be running, but it means that maybe you could ditch the other thing. You been liking Zed? Yeah, Zed's pretty good. I mean, GitLens and VS Code makes it easy to switch work trees in there. Just throwing it out there. But as far as I know, Zed isn't going to gatekeep that behind a paid plan. Not trying to talk shit. It's just, man, we are alienating a lot of people by putting gates in front of everything, especially stuff that basically costs us no money. Yeah, exactly. But okay, so hold on. We've got this. We're gonna kick off something there. And yeah, I haven't used the remote access yet. I definitely want to, though. I want to give it a shot. Yeah, exactly. And you're referring to Codex, just for clarity. Wow, H. Smith, that sounds terrible. Um, but yeah, so Claude CLI, even though it's shit, dude, Claude CLI is the worst CLI harness, for sure. It has a slash command, and that's handy. Codex could just introduce it, but don't know why they're reluctant. Well, yeah, I mean, here's what I'm getting at. Like, dude, you can do that in here. Now, keep in mind that, oh, no, it is there. Okay, I did open these up. So yeah, open spec, explore, right? Like all of your skills and like the commands associated and stuff are just right in here. It's pretty awesome, actually. But the links at the bottom of the docs pages seem out of place. All right, so yeah, turn and burn. Even Tesla? I mean, that doesn't say anything. Yeah, Tesla will, not Tesla, sorry. Felon. There we go. Yeah, Felon's always been a cheap ass. That's why he gutted the entire workforce when he acquired the company. And why the platform was basically unusable for months after. Right? Yeah. Felon. All right, so yeah, this thing will keep kind of crawling and trying to understand. We'll let that just kind of keep churning. Oop, let me double check this. But yeah, Marvel Scorpion. Yep. Yeah, like your skills and stuff should work. One thing that you may have as an issue though, Marvel Scorpion, and I had to fix this, is typically when you install skills, depending on the skills, especially with OpenSpec, they install into the repo that you're in. And you got to make sure you're committing those. And I have not committed those for Messijo. So I had to actually copy and paste them into my global.codex/skills directory. But once I did that, then they were available. And the reason that isn't even like, it's not this tool's fault. It's my fault for not committing those things, because all it's doing is creating a work tree from the main branch. And if it's not built in, like if it's not committed to the branch, there's no way it's going to be like cloned into the directory properly either, right? So that was a me problem. You could symlink for sure, but it's just a thing, right? Like it's just extra effort. Like there's just ways to do that. I could symlink them to my global directory, but why would I symlink from a repo to global? That would be weird, right? So instead, I just copied to my global because I think that's the better place for it canonically. But OpenSpec doesn't support a global installation. Unless there's like a command line flag I forgot to pass or something. And Ibrahim over on YouTube, we're building a tool to monitor like keyword mentions on social media. Currently just a couple of platforms, but yeah. The thing we're currently working on and building today is our documentation for the public API. So we're taking some stuff I've done on a previous project and porting it over because I don't have it set up as a good library for reproducibility. I think it could make an interesting Astro plugin of some kind. And you swear every time you pop in here, my camera quality has increased. LOL. How's it going, everyone? I mean, you're probably just seeing the lighting, right? Because I got the window open, right? So the lighting changed. Because I've had this camera for like 2 years now. Yeah, windows open. Like, my AC broke last summer, maybe the summer before. So I've been a broke boy with open windows ever since. During the winter, my windows are always open as well. Like, I've had my sliding door in this window open since like January. Now, I'm sure that means that my downstairs neighbors have had to spend way more on heating because their heat is getting lost through the transfer. Well, no, I got screens. I got screens. Come on, Kenny. Like, not crazy. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it makes it a little more dramatic because we got the shadow a little heavier. I think it's fine. All right, so yeah, back to what we're doing. We've copied the stuff over. Actually, let's double check on this. Okay, so it's in explore mode. Okay, so it found what it needed. Cool. Let me look at my usage. Yeah, we haven't done shit for usage lately. Let's look at this. Okay, so yeah, the expensive Gemini models are still running. I want to double check one more thing. Oh, and we still haven't resolved that issue. But we may be ready to fix it. So let me get back to the Git bench we were in. We're going to abort. So something seems off. Let me double check this again. Okay, the Google models are in there now at least. So it's working pushing to there, but it's not working pulling. Okay, so hold on. Okay, so that worked. Okay, so then we'll add this one as mine. Get push mine main. Okay. Yeah, so it had the basic issue was that we started and we were treating our origin and like my repo. We didn't do the get LFS thing from the start, and that caused a whole bunch of issues. I'm glad that we did it from the other machine and then had the issue here because I've done a lot more work and other stuff over on the other machine, right? And part of the issue is that I don't have that setting turned on, right? Maybe not. Maybe. Do I need to enable LFS? Maybe it's automatic. Okay, more music though. Yeah, I don't think there's anything extra I need to do. Okay, so let's check the repo then. No, wrong place. Says it's fine. All right, whatever. Okay, cool. So that part's done at least. Let's see. How is this going? Um, okay. And yeah, so another thing I'm gonna want to do at some point is I'm gonna want to figure out, and this is totally unrelated, gotta try some of this like workflow BS, right? Like sub agent things and maybe like agents that operate on like a recurring kind of heartbeat, things like that, right? And then, okay, so let me double check. What were you saying? Power recently got real cheap. There's actually too many houses with solar power supplying back into the grid, and y'all have just like way too much sunshine, right? So it's like it's the perfect place for a shitload of solar. Hell, even like in the middle of Australia, there's just so much empty space, right? See, Australia is like a perfect country for solar. I think the US is actually a really good country for solar too. There's so much unoccupied space in Nevada. All right, Arizona, New Mexico. Now, how do you get that to other places? Well, that's tougher, but dude, the type of solar farm you could establish in Arizona, you could at least ship that energy to Southern California that is very much hurting about it. And I feel like they do, right? Like Arizona power companies absolutely sell power to California at a premium, right? But it just seems to me like, dude, even California, there's so much empty space outside of the cities. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. But anyway, so yeah, that stuff's running. Let me just double check one more again. So Gemini 3 Flash is a solid model. Gemma is also doing quite good. It ends up being bad at the JSON output, but if you give it medium or extra high reasoning, then it's fine. But man, the text version is really good. Right, here's 31B. So this is also surprising. Seeing this one, right? Oh, flashlight. Yeah, seeing Gemma for 26B A4B outperforming the 31B is interesting too, right? Google said 3.5 Pro in June. Where is it? They saw the pushback from 3.5 Flash and realized that if it was going to burn as many tokens as 3.5 Flash does, then it's not worth the marketing hit and like the hit to their stock. Yeah, but just saying though, right? Like as far as like locally hostable, there's some value there, man. Yeah, my guess is it was going to be way more expensive. Um, but hold on, I forgot. Yeah, let me do this real quick. That fix I wanted to make needs to be made. Okay, cool. So yeah, we're gonna get a fix for this cleaned up pretty quick. But yeah, just seeing some of these models, right? But then if we go to like the quadrant comparison, if you have an H200, yeah, okay. If my grandma had wheels, she'd be a wheelbarrow. Uh, 35B mixture of experts. Isn't that the dense model? I thought 35B was the dense one. Oh, Quen 35B. I was thinking Gemma. My bad. And it's 31B. So yeah, got it. But yeah, as far as like the absolute best that you can get from this, dude, Nemotron 3 Super and Gemma 4 31B nail it on cost. So that is the interesting part. The 26B A4B is actually more expensive to run from the cloud. Still cheap as fuck, though. But it's more expensive than the 31B. It's most likely the amount of tokens. Right, so if we just clear them, hold on. It could be the provider, right? That's always an option. I'll just add all the Google ones for now. Right, so as far as like token usage, right? The fastest one is, or the lowest token usage is 3.1 flashlight, and then 31B, and then yeah, dude, 24B A4B uses way more tokens. That's about it. Like way more tokens. Like 150% more tokens. Or 50% more tokens. Sorry. That's the right way to phrase that. You did a quick benchmark at one point? Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, 31B actually outscores most things as well. When it comes to okay, yeah. So yeah, it ends up being just slightly worse performance-wise, but the ratio is better. Oh, and that's in the text, not the JSON. The JSON gets worse. So yeah, there's just a lot of stuff to analyze here. I'm gonna have to put in a lot of work doing that analysis and working on this PDF doc. I've got so much typing to do over the next couple days. But we're at least getting results in there. It is interesting to me, at least when you select all here. If we just do text, it makes it a little less muddy. Right? Like most things are pretty good. Right? Most things are pretty good at get stuff. But you start to see, like, some of the more expensive models, like Claude Fable, actually does really shitty. That's weird, right? That's really weird. Nah, because I still think you get good value from doing maybe like the JSON version of it and seeing the variance there. And honestly, like just noticing this as a trend that most models do kind of good enough, especially like you want to look for ones that have less variance between like the none and max, but then it lets you know that, hey, you could probably just use none like reasoning for a lot of this stuff. But yeah, seeing like Claude Sonnet 4.6 outperforming Fable is crazy, right? Like that's fucking crazy. And that's even with the JSON output. So I think, yeah, it just like reasons itself into stupidity, especially looking at the fact that like you can see the low reasoning and then like the progression to max reasoning, it gets stupider or performs worse, if that's the word you want to use. Like it's kind of crazy. You know? I don't think anyone would expect that. And the fact that going from extra high to max increases your cost by 2x for worse performance. Yeah, there are just certain things that you should be using other tools for. So yeah, just helping you make decisions on what models should be used for which things. I think that's what these kind of benchmarks are for. I'm a little bummed. Like I would love to make the tests harder. Yeah, high seems like a good good mixture. Honestly, like high and extra high, the cost is really negligible. But yeah, max reasoning, dude, this one's almost 3 times the cost. Nah, it's 2.5 times the cost. But yeah, just that ratio is crazy. And we do have 5.5 in there. I was wondering. Yeah, 5.5 has like a really tight variation. Dude, Flash preview is really good. Flashlight preview is really good. Now hold on, let me just try one more thing. Oh, and that's annoying. Yeah, so theoretically, if we're using flashlight for a lot of our stuff at GetKraken, it's looking to me like we could theoretically get right, like this cost 30 cents. Or no, sorry. 3 cents versus 14. Right? 3 cents versus 14 at scale is pretty significant. Pretty significant. So yeah, stuff to think about. I think there's a lot of like performance things that we should fix. And yeah, oh man, nice. Yeah, we've already like updated this part. But okay, hold on. Let me read just to make sure. Maybe you could need some kind of logarithmic scale. Maybe, I don't know. And then half, you're training a new memory primitive into the first LLM of its type, much like they first trained models how to think by providing human written traces with thinking blocks. Okay, sure. But yeah, I think that's probably like a common consensus about Max, right? Like it kind of like reasons itself in circles. Yeah. All right. Continuing along. Let's actually get to the Messijo stuff now. All right, so we got a bunch of bullshit in here. Hmm. Yeah, I think for this part we got to just do that. All right, so we get that there. Oh, and I see why we're doing current hash. That's right. Okay, so are we doing any page-to-page state management? I don't think we are. Right? Not in this project yet. Hey, Vimic, haven't seen you in ages. Yeah, what you up to, man? Twitch Alert Hub. Ooh, tell me more. What does it do? And then, yeah, for everyone joining in on the raid, let me at least explain a little bit of what we're working on. I got two main things that are going. There's this thing called Git Bench that we're still working on. What the hell was this shit, though? Oh, that's right. Yeah, because we have it configured. Now I remember what it is. Yeah. So then we start generating a. Yeah. Kind of gross, but whatever. So yeah, first stream back. Yep. It's a Twitch Alert OBS overlay thing you're working on. Fun challenge with the WebSocket events and all that. Okay, so you're using the like the push notification thing or whatever they do. I forget what they call it. Yeah, I haven't used their system for that yet. I mean, I use the right, I just use TMI.js. But I don't think that gives you like everything you're looking for. And then yeah, there was another thing that Why am I spacing on his name? Starts with Sim something? I think. The dude that does all the OBS shaders. But yeah, he had a thing at one point called the Twitch API Unifier. Unofficially, the U stands for something else. Yeah, so he hasn't touched it in a while. But yeah, I never did any of the event sub stuff or pub sub. So yeah, the pub sub is probably the thing that you're using, right? But yeah, so anyway, the two things I work on Gitbench. This is a way of measuring how good certain models are at doing Git things. And technically, a lot of them are quite capable. Right? Like, we see some that don't do great, right? Trinity Mini, LFM2, right? But then once we get towards the top end, well, then it depends on, like, well, hold on, are we looking at, like, text output, or are we looking at JSON output? With text output, I don't think anyone would predict that Fable is way down here at the bottom. It's really bad at our Git benchmarks. I don't think anyone would predict that. Yeah, Opus, right? Like, Opus is way down here. There isn't a single Claude model that breaks the top 10. It's crazy, right? But once we go to JSON, well, things change. All right. With the JSON output, Sonnet actually does a lot better, right? And we see Fable get in there, right? Fable's down here at like a 90% success rate. It's specifically about Git. So if you want to check it out, feel free. And yeah, there's a lot more to fix. One thing to remember for anyone going to this site, the blog post and the analysis PDF don't work yet. I'll have to add those in a minute. Or not in a minute, but over the next couple days. Still working on that part. I'm still running some of the models. I think we're almost done. Gemini 3.5 Flash and Gemini 3.1 Pro are currently running. We don't have Sonnet 5, correct. So we can get Sonnet 5 in there eventually too. I just wanted to catch up, right? But yeah, open models doing quite good. Not all of them, right? Honestly, Quen is one of the worst. Well, no, that's not quite the right way to phrase that. Quen just has some, like, questionable variance. Like, if you don't give Quen reasoning, it does really badly. And then we get the exact opposite with GLM 4.7. Right? GLM 4.7 Flash does quite good. It gets an 80% with no reasoning, but the moment you add reasoning, it does really badly. It's running on my work machine. It'll be hours. Like we're halfway through 3.5 flash high. We still have to run 3.5 flash extra high, and that's just for the text output. So then the JSON output needs to run after that, and it's already been running for over 2 hours, right? The reason it takes so long is because we run each model, like each model effort combo 3 times, and then we do it a second time, right? So text output and JSON output. And we got to make sure that we're not getting rate limited. Like we were getting rate limited very heavily by a bunch of shit, and it was costing us a bunch of money to rerun things. So I'd rather have it be slower and not have to like rerun a bunch of shit. CPU cycles don't matter for this, Talented. It's just network requests. There's basically 0 CPU cycles being taken up by this. Like, not 0, but it's so small, like, it doesn't matter. Right? They're just network requests to OpenRouter. That is extremely lightweight. Trying to see if I can even find it. We do see Python taking 1.6% of the CPU. Now, Finder is chewing up a bunch for some reason, but it just doesn't matter. All right, and then, yeah, the other thing that we're actually currently working on is Messijo. This is a way of tracking keyword mentions on social media. Currently just 3 platforms. We're working on the marketing site. There's definitely bugs. The part we're working on right now is API key stuff. We've implemented the API key system. We haven't fully validated and tested against it because we're going to create the docs for the public API, and then technically the open API specification will be the source of truth for running our integration tests. So we could be setting up the integration tests first. We decided to do the documentation first. It doesn't really matter. They all need to get done. Yep. Yeah, so that's the thing we're doing. So yeah, back to what we're working on here. All right, so we added that. All right, so yeah, we copied over a bunch of stuff here in our layouts. I probably still need to copy over whatever utility we got here. Yeah, I'll add that utility. All right, pluralize. Yeah, we'll add pluralize. Oh, how do we think this did? Oh, really? Let me check something. Looks to me like they're all getting delivered as they should be. Is that the error? Interesting. Well, hold on. Let me double check. I'm not sure where to see that yet. Yeah, I don't want to dox any IP address. Yeah, I mean it doesn't say anything about that. Yeah, the SOA thing must be it. So far, no spam report. We haven't had any bounces since November. But yeah, the SOA value. Where do I set that again? Is it a DNS value? No, I'm gonna have to do this. I don't care about saving any of that. Got to be a send grid issue. Yeah, it's not the DMARC value. I just don't know where the SOA value even lives. Oh, really? It does say it's usually harmless and can be safely ignored. Yeah, so that's not going to cause that. And yeah, like according to SendGrid, no one has marked me as spam. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so we do that part. Like that should be fixable, but whatever. Okay, so we've got the markdoc layout file. Let's look at our let's look at the actual components here. Oh, we can get rid of that. Here's a question. Do I have a component for that? for the Shiki stuff, or am I just importing Shiki directly? Looks like we're just doing Shiki directly. Because I think Astro uses Shiki itself anyway. Maybe not. We can just hard code this. I don't mind that part. All right, cool. So we should be able to see that locally now. I guess, hold on. We don't actually have a page showing that yet. What page are we showing that on in the old site? It's going to be like docs slash this slash that. Yeah. Aha. Wait, where did I put Mark Doc layout? Ah. That could be a bug right now. Talented. Is it because you don't have any events? Well, no. Should work. Yeah. It's just not what we're doing right now. What broke about this process? We bring in render as its own method. That's it. Yeah, but no, that's still something that's a bug, and I feel like I've known about that bug, but I forget the exact issue. Like, I thought we had set something up to solve that, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think I forgot about that part. Because it should still work, or we should just not show the test command, right? Yes, that's the issue there. Let me double check the mark documentation. What? It thinks it could be undefined. Oh, right. All right, so that should be a little better. Yeah, so it is undefined. Why would it be undefined? I think there's a connection we haven't loaded for some we added markdoc to the Astro config. Oh, yeah, integrations. Interesting. Aha, so data imported from markdoc.config. Okay, so yeah, I'm not sure why we're getting this error. Yeah, we might have to quiz GPT-5.5 about that. Let's double check some of this though. Fix docs related links. Sure. Let me just double check one thing. Yeah, none of this is private. Okay.
Saddle up, partner.
So yeah, that value should be there when rendering the LLM's text full, or LLM's full text. Excuse me, start with the arm. We'll just hard code that as a fallback just in case. It's not going to fix this, but at least we got it. But okay. Sure. All right, so the commit message is fix make sure FAQ links don't 404. That was because we changed up the folder structure, but we'll call that good. That's a good enough fix for now. It's annoying. All right, so what we want to do here then is just not run the not run the hook. I think that's actually fine. Yeah, just tried to do a build locally that is broken. Okay, so that part should be good. All right, so then same idea. We want it to be this, but then this is going to be fix fix HTML content in FAQs. All right, so we can get this kicking off while we're waiting. All right, so we'll kick that off, and hopefully we get that HTML thing fixed. It's probably actually a lot simpler. Like, we could have just gone and looked at the code, but we're already still pretty deep in the API doc stuff. But I also have to pee and pour some more water. I could get a Red Bull, or we could just keep drinking tea. I am going to grab like a snack of some jerky for the time being. So give me a second. I'll be right back. And yeah, we could probably hop into a whiskey too. Not sure which yet. All right, let me get water and let me go pee. Keep sipping on the tea as far as just like the main thing. But I did pick up another whiskey from Costco that seemed interesting. That was good jerky. That's the Tillamook. Pretty good. A little dry. Very dry, actually. Huh. Yeah, the whiskey is George Dickel, which is a great brand. I'm not sure about this one. It's a blended whiskey, but we'll give it a taste test. Why not? And yeah, if it ends up being terrible, it ends up being guest whiskey. It does smell a bit. I'm gonna let it breathe a little. It does smell a bit paint thinnery. All right. And then I also have this, a teriyaki beef stick. So I went to Costco earlier. So I'm definitely trying some stuff out. Had to pick up fresh salad greens. Wanted to look at like salmon and some of that stuff, but the salmon they had was like too much salmon. Normally you can get like a single fillet, but they had these like batched up in like 3 fillets per thing. I don't know how I feel about this one. Yeah, it's just really not that good. The regular jerky is way better. Okay. Eh, it still looks gross down here, but at least the links work. All right, so let's look at what this has to say about it, right? So we get to the end here. We could just go fix it, right? Nah, we'll just let it work. So yeah, it'll go and create the proposal. Okay, so then why would entry be undefined? right? So API slash API. This is the page that we're having the issue on, and aha. Not a valid key of data entry map. All right. So yeah, we let this breathe a little. Let's give it a taster. It really doesn't smell good. I bet it'll be a good mixing whiskey, but I'm not doing mixers for a while. At least not here at home. Yeah, that is basically paint thinner. See how it does with just a little bit of water? I know that's more water than whiskey snobs would allow. It's not terrible. I've had worse. How are the Gemini models doing? They just started the JSON. Yeah, so that'll take a little bit. Oh, yeah, this is just straight up malarkey. But that looks like it. Yeah, we just get blog docs and facts. We don't see the mark doc in there. Why don't we see the mark doc in there? Right, content config. Wait. Oh, shit. Now I know exactly. Yeah, yeah. We stashed everything. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? No, that is not what I wanted. What's up, Granicus? How you doing? Okay, there we go. All right, so now the next part is we do get an issue, not there. Here in not Mark Doc layout, but the API page. This part right here doesn't seem correct. Oh, and I missed some follows. Yak Live and Azad. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. This almost makes me think like there needs to be a schema. We gotta water that way down more. All right, so it just became a majorly sipping whiskey. Let's see if that helps with the water. Like, you know? It's just not a good whiskey. It's just really not a good whiskey. I still think it could be good in Coca-Cola, though. Ugh, yeah, it's a really not good whiskey. All right, but that's fine. So we can export. I don't even think we're gonna need a type for that. But I believe that was the last song on the album. Let's do another. All right, so if we do that part, then here, and honestly, we could have just done that. Interesting. So yeah, it's still not getting the content collection like we needed it to. Why would it not be doing that? Yep, and that still crashes out. Okay. Yeah, cannot find package @/data. Yeah, okay, so right, so issue number one is that right, so in the marketing site, we are trying to get the API MarkDoc collection working, but we're running into some issues. Get entry is giving us a type error saying it cannot find, saying API is an invalid collection. I think that's the part that matters. I have a feeling that both of these two errors are actually very closely related. I'm just not sure what the big fix would be. All right, let me get some more tea going. Because, yeah, I stayed up super late last night. All right, so then this thing is still kicking. Oh, shit. Was that the issue the whole time? Yes, that part seems fine. Yeah, where's that JSON file? So here's the thing, right? We get source content API. We're doing a search for MDoc. So that should be good. I think our BS schema is actually not necessary. No, I haven't used it, Harrison. I don't tend to find context to be that big of an issue because I kill my context every single time. All right. So yeah, hold on. Uh, Extra high seems fine to me. No, I think it's totally correct in its assessment. I just don't think I need it to make the changes for me. So this is an ephemeral error. If we go look at .astro, right? This is the content.d.ts file. So yeah, it's just not generating this. Well, I mean, we also just have some Gitbench results. And so far with GPT-5.5, extra high gets about the same scores. Right? When you compare that to something like Fable, where higher reasoning is actually correlated with lower results, that's where I would definitely be opting for other stuff. But yeah, as far as I can tell, GPT-5.5 is not prone to the driving itself insane due to too much like thinking. Fable is prone to that. Now, if we look at text, well, yeah, Fable does even worse. But it's at least not like a direct correlation, right? The fact that low and max get the same score and everything else is lower in the middle is kind of funny, though. But meanwhile, right, if we look at GPT-5.5, no, scores actually go up as we increase reasoning. High and extra high are about meh. Like they're within a margin of error that is acceptable. So the big problem it seems to have now oh, I mean, we can update this, sure. Why all the fuss around Fable? Because software developers are very impressionable. Yeah, I mean, it's FOMO. I mean, people borderline get bullied for saying Fable isn't the best thing since sliced bread. You know, it's crazy. Find it oddly appropriate that the argument around whether you should read the code or not kind of sprung up around the Fable thing. Kind of makes you think, like, is Fable actually just kind of shit? And they needed to pivot the marketing, right? The conversation to being like, dude, you shouldn't care about the code. That's what it really does kind of feel like. And yeah, Anthropic's marketing is wild. Yeah, I mean, tinfoil hat wise, I swear they got people out there astroturfing the fuck out of their content, right? Astroturfing the fuck out of their models. Yeah, exactly. It is interesting the stuff you can one shot with this stuff, which is interesting. But yeah, it's just all marketing spin. It's all bullshit. And the worst part is I'm almost positive they are paying people to spin this shit for them as well. Now, the tricky part is they don't even necessarily need to pay people directly because just a bunch of fucking cargo culting will get you paid on Twitter, right? Because it's a slop platform, right? That promotes slop. Exactly, right? And the worst part is, especially about the crypto bro shit, is that there's too much fucking money involved to believe any single one person at all. And especially, like, you can't believe the aggregate. That's the part that makes me, like, extra crazy about it. When people come in here and they're like, well, why does the rest of the internet think that, Anthropic's models are just so good? Because software developers are fucking impressionable. Like, they do not think for themselves and question authority nearly enough. And the people that do are making money off selling a story. Now, maybe it's different than it used to be, but I do think we're like in the era of like sheep software developers. It used to be, back in the day, being a software developer was like an iconoclast kind of thing, where you were going against the grain, right? You were doing this thing on your own despite popularity and bullshit. We have massively pivoted into being super popular now, right? And it means any old normie can be a software dev. And I believe that. I think it's awesome. But it also means that there is not that drive to think for yourself and question authority. A lot of people just want to be part of the in group, which is especially annoying as well. Dex posed this question on Twitter a while back, or maybe it was like more of a statement, but it was basically like, you need to start, stop and really think about why React won. All right. And once you understand why React won, it'll make a whole lot of other stuff make sense too. Now, he's the king of vague posting like that, pretending like he's extra smart about it. He's the king of that. He's a smart dude, but he's not genius level. Come on. None of us are, really. Very few of us are. However, I don't even think the answer I have for it is what he was going for. I really do think it comes from so many people getting into software dev that were not outcasts in high school. Right? We're getting to the point where software dev is mainstream enough that cargo culting is getting worse and worse and worse and worse. I think it really does have something to do with the shifting like personality type of software devs more than anything. But I would get fucking roasted on social media for having that opinion because of the cargo culting. I'm like, dude, it's this like fucking snake eating its own tail of just bullshit logic when you say something people just disagree with. Hold on, I gotta share this. Dude, what was I expecting, right? The majority of people in Seattle have the worst fucking taste in pizza. Like the absolute fucking worst taste in pizza. Which one was this a reply to? Someone said, I guess I'll have to take your word for it, blah, blah, blah. Here it is. Yeah. The burning on the edges for a slice that is already cooked and just needs warming should be remarkable. And like I said, unfoldable. Stop trying to fold it. You're on the West Coast. Yeah, and that's why I go to places that make, or at least used to make, East Coast style slices. You can keep your mod pizza bullshit. Like, dude, West Coast pizza is the fucking worst. And people like this, people like the Seattle subreddit, are why it, like any good West Coast slice, inevitably in shitifies. Like, look at this thing, dude. There's no fucking reason a single slice should be this fucking burnt on the edges, dude. It's already cooked. They just gotta warm it, basically, when it comes, like, you know, when you go for a late night slice. Like, this is an awful pizza. When I held it up, it didn't droop or flop in any way. It was a fucking plank of wood. And I'm getting roasted by the Seattle community for it because none of the people here in Seattle know what the fuck a good slice of pizza is either. But it's just funny to me. Like, just that comment. Stop trying to fold it. Fuck off with that shit, dude. What? Like, what? Like, dude. That is the most ridiculous thing I've heard anyone say about a proper slice of pizza. Like, dude, people are insane. Nah, this one person at the bottom, hold on, where is it? Falling off implies that Belltown pizza was once good, which is incorrect. 10 years ago, it was all right. It was pretty good 10 years ago. That's But here's the thing, dude. Seattle has such shit taste in pizza. Sizzle Pie from Portland opened up a location here in Capitol Hill and closed within 6 months. Just because Seattle people don't know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to pizza. Like Seattle specifically, right? Somehow Portland has some of the best pizza of any city I've been to on the West Coast. I would not expect to get a good proper slice in San Fran or SF or whatever you want to fucking call it. No way in hell you could get a good slice in San Diego unless you're going deep. You know, like it's funny to me, man. I will die on this hill. I'm like a pizza connoisseur. Like Pagliacci, that shit sucks. At least it's better than Mod though. But yeah, Pagliacci pizza. That's like that for a long time was the definition of Seattle pizza until Mod Pizza came out. And Mod Pizza, I don't know if you guys have seen Mod Pizza before. It's bad. I would assume it's like a big chain, but I don't know. Maybe it's just bad here. Right? Like cracker thin. Oh, you want to throw a bunch of this shit on it? Yeah, we got you. Oh, here you go. Yeah, that's a pizza, right? This is what Seattle people like. Dude, this shit's more crust than actual pizza. Like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, Seattle people have the worst fucking taste in pizza. Hold on. This is what we'll do. Hold on. Yeah, yeah. Let's phrase this better. Hold on. Right, and hold on. Is Mod Pizza from Seattle? I'm almost positive they're based in Seattle, yeah. I am going to tag them. Why not? The burnt slice I got. One commenter said, hold on, this is it. Yeah, this is it. Wait, can I not edit? You can't edit when there's like chains. I should have said overcooked. Right? I think using the word burnt gives people a very specific reference. Getting ready for another round of roasting. It's all right. I'm fucking buried on Twitter anyway. Pretty sure only people that follow me will see it. But yeah, what's up, Bo-Ring? How you doing? Hey, what's up, Standard? Hold on, wait. Looks like a vendor lock. Hold on. No, that one's actually good. I got a good reply for that. Boom, roasted. that one was good, right? Sounds like a vendor lock. Ooh, yeah. That'd only be true if GitHub ever fixed bugs like that. I feel good about it. That was a fun one. But okay, hold on. Let me get more music going. And yeah, Standard. Dude, yeah, we were just posting about how bad Belltown Pizza has gotten lately, and then how bad people's pizza opinions are in Seattle. It's not worth it anymore. It used to be all right. It used to be like a really solid, like just bar hangout, but that's like 10 years ago now. I think it really started going downhill like 2018, 2019 when Billy took over. Then I think he sold it to someone else. But his legacy still continues with the paper plates. Like, yeah, just massive enshittification. Hot Mama's is all right. Yeah, Pagliacci is at least better than Mod. But yeah, Pagliacci is a little too bready, like just too thick. Hot Mama's, it's close. Hot Mama's is solid. Hot Mama's is quite good. I tend to prefer Big Mario's, but you got to catch it at the right moment. Sometimes the Big Mario slices, you'll have like way too big of like an air pocket that then like spreads the cheese, and you just got that air bubble. Like after a night out where anything is good. Nah, man, like this was on 4th of July. I was having a night out. I had the beer in me. It was beer until that point, but then whiskey after. But it's just like, nah, dude, I'm not cracking a fucking tooth on some shit overcooked pizza. Like, I couldn't fold it. It was unfoldable. Like, I'm not gonna fucking crack a tooth on some shit pizza. Yeah, it was really bad. Like, I took it and turned it and tapped it on the table, and it was loud. Like, dude, it was just overcooked massively. And I knew exactly what happened. Dude was outside smoking a cigarette while my slice was heating. I remember sitting there thinking, like, man, I ordered my slice a while ago. And then I see him come in from outside and get to it. The stream's over on YouTube if you want to check it out there, Yosiri. But yeah, anyway, just should have known better than to post to a Seattle subreddit about pizza. They are super clueless. All right, so back to this part. Um, so another part that they're complaining about here, they're saying that the issue is now down to like my markdoc config somewhere. not content. Wait, it's in here somewhere. Oh, top level. Yeah, yeah. They're saying I should be using like a component thing. All right, so we still fail out there. And yeah, for some reason, let's double check what Codex is saying here. Oh, now we're seeing it. So at /data requests.json. Ah, that's what it was. That was actually the whole issue. So that was the thing being complained about there. I don't remember how we're building that, but that should at least allow us to do, oh, not that, a build. So that actually spins up. Okay, cool. All right, so now we render this page. It looks just awful. Oh man, that's bad. Gross. And it's not even any of the docs that we need, but we at least get the page to render to step in the right direction. So now I got to remember, how is request.json even being rendered? Yep, there it is. Okay. So then the next step is we need to run our script and generate this junk. Yep, endpoints.mdoc, grouped endpoints min.json. I think some of this is actually a bit legacy, but we're okay with that for now. So yeah, we're making progress here, even if it doesn't necessarily feel that way. Ugh, we're sipping on a terrible whiskey right now too. Costco's got this like blended George Dickel and Leopold Bros. It's just not good. It's just not good. I'm wondering if it's to the point where it's like Puma and like I'm trying to think of the brands that do it, where like you could actually license the Puma brand and put it on your own shit and sell it to stores. I think Puma's one of them. There's a bunch of brands like that. I think Volcom is going that way now too. Right? What's the company? Authentic Brands Group. Yeah, like all their bullshit. Right? They own more than 50 brands, but most of the brands they own don't actually make anything of their own anymore. They just license that shit out to other people to make. All right, sold his name and licensing rights. Licensed to, blah, like, yeah, it's just, yeah. Pretty much anything that this company owns, you don't want it. So yeah, Airwalk, Billabong, right? Like Aeropastel, Postal, whatever. Above the Rim. Even David Beckham's fucking brand. Brooks Brothers. Yeah, they don't make their own shit anymore, I'm pretty sure. All right, DC Shoes. Yep. Fucking shadow of their former selves. Champion. Eddie Bauer. Anyone notice how Eddie Bauer went downhill recently? Yep. Element Skateboards. Fucking Forever 21. Fredericks of Hollywood. Guess. Right? Just recently. So you might still be able to find some good Guess shit. Izod? Oh yeah, they killed Izod ages ago. Nautica? Yeah. Lucky Brand jeans. Of course, Kevin Hart. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't sell his brand sooner. if I'm being honest. Shaquille O'Neal sounds about right. 2015. Yeah. Yeah. Quicksilver, Reebok, Rockport, Roxy, RVCA. Like, dude, there's so many. That's what happened to Rockport. Exactly, dude. 2023. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, Spider, right? Like, it's insane how many, like, ski and snowboard brands they've just gutted and destroyed, you know? Tap Out? Well, yeah, that's obvious. I'm surprised Tap Out was ever a legitimate brand. Yeah, Volcom. Dude, the Von Zipper one is the one that bums me out a lot. I got some solid Von Zipper goggles still. They seem okay. I don't think they've gotten that much worse, but yeah. But yeah, it's just funny, man. It's just funny. All right. So there we go. Back to it. So, the Open API specification that we're trying to build from, right? Let's first close a bunch of these and start fresh. So we've got this script, generate API docs. and it's looking for dot dot slash dot dot slash API open API JSON. I think it might be one more. Okay, hold on. We're in scripts. We go up one into marketing. We go up one into apps. We go up one into web. Then we go up one more into there. Yep. And that solves that. Okay. FS extra we should probably bring in. We may not even need it at this point, but I'm okay with it. Okay, so then in the marketing site, docs::API. Oh, wrong place. I forgot where that log is. That's a fun log. uh, where is that even from? Okay, okay. I kind of expected that to crash, but okay. Interesting. We're going to have a to-do for this. Okay, so hold on. On the back end, this should work. We just need to run it. Build public open API. Oh, right. And then how are we converting that to JSON? We should be, but we're doing that in here. What up, Vinox? How you doing? I think we can do that. Yep, yes, that was incorrect. Right, so openapi.public.json is the script that we're running here. Okay, so then we start hitting an error in the script at 182. Whose emote is that, by the way? That's a fun one. Yeah, that's a good one. I like it. So endpoint JSON here. So we're going to log the schemas here. Aha. Okay, so hold on. Yeah, sure. Huh. This doesn't seem right to me. So the basic idea is we have this get method markdown. We have a bunch of what seem like brittle lookups here, but I think part of the issue is that the schema we were generating may not have been OpenAPI 3.1. I think it maybe was 3.0, but there's no guarantee that's even the case. And yeah, because we're doing this as an async function. Yeah, all these kick off in parallel. Got it. Okay. And then, yeah, if it's always undefined, that's just the way we're getting that value is just no good. Hmm. This is actually the best way to keep myself from drinking too much whiskey. Get a whiskey that sucks. Then I'd rather just keep drinking tea. Little pro tip for people trying to cut down. All right, so hold on. Let me let someone know. Okay, so I guess number one, let's go into this function. Okay, so when we see args, another thing we could do is we could go to Walter and run this with these same logs. And that would help us understand what's maybe different about what's getting built. But I think we could also just look at what we're getting in this JSON file. Right? So we can format it and look at it this way. Method response schema name. I think that's it. So it's actually this part that I think we're having as an issue. Yeah, I don't think we have the application JSON as a thing. But what we need to do is we need to log responses, not this. We'll just do method details. That's it. Yeah. So it's application JSON without the char set stuff. All right, so we still get issues, but we get the issues way quicker now. Or we get different issues, I guess is the right way to say that. Okay, so then right, and not every request schema has those path parts, right? So undefined is totally fine, totally acceptable. We should be able to get that value though. So then it's coming down to this part. Okay. Method request dot properties. Aha, and then that's where we're doing like the any of kind of stuff. Right. Fuck. Right, so this is the part where it's actually failing, right? Method request fails us on things that do the any of shenanigans. Boom, and yeah, that prevents the entire thing from bailing out completely. However, right? We see those method calls there. It would happen before then that we're getting no properties on request schema, and those are all. Wait, why do we see method request still? Because we left that in. Okay, so from there, yep, we validate that the only things failing are these. No properties on request schema. So it's for any of the ones that do this like polymorphism. And that just requires us to rethink. How do we want to do this inside of, like, how do we want to represent this in the final rendering? I guess that's another thing to consider. So let's just double check this. Should be good there. Yep. We refresh this. Oh, and dude, we got it, right? Now it looks terrible, right? We'll use case to fix the, the bad naming. The font is way off. This needs to be constrained to the page properly. But we do get everything we're expecting. Oh, yeah, not quite. No, so this part didn't get regenerated properly. Yeah. All right, so this is still a problem. We're able to get this. We're not getting this, but we're not getting an error for it either, which is a part of the problem. Let's go fix this, though, the mark doc layout thing, just because it's a bunch of noise. And really, like, yeah, we should be doing that proper. Okay, so yeah, we got a bunch of noise in there still. Let's go find where we're doing these. Hold on. I'm curious. And yeah, thank y'all for engaging and doing the stuff. A lot of people we know. I wonder, hold on. Have I met him in person before? I can't remember. But wait, if he's CTO, what is Rocks? Isn't Flightcast the podcast thing that like Rocks and the other guy run? Is Rocks the CEO? I think I forgot all about that. But yeah, anyway, I'm curious. Dude, 7,000 views? That is one of the biggest tweets I've done in recent memory for sure. Damn. All right. So I'm not getting fully buried at least. I wonder if Twitter's doing it because I accidentally clicked into the Alex Jones live feed just to see what his title was before closing it immediately. But still signal, right? It's a false signal, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the fix. You just got to click into some right wing bullshit every once in a while so Twitter re algorithmifies you. I think that's it. That's science. And yeah, I just made that word up. Patent pending. The title was ridiculous. I had to figure out what the fuck it was. Like, for sure. And it was just as bad as I thought it would be. All right, so like these are a bunch of noise. We could get rid of them. I think some of these things might actually be worthwhile. Oh, and let's go to the example table. Yeah, we're missing some stuff. Mark doc. What's the component? Example table. Just jam them together. I'm sure that's a fine key. Nice composite key. Okay, so yeah, where is request snippet and request key coming from? Method example request. We're logging it there. Oh boy. It's like there's a bullshitty way to fix that bug, but I'm okay with it. I've seen worse. Not that much worse, but I've seen worse. Where is this entry getting logged? That's got to be on the API page. Yep. Well, still thinks it could potentially be undefined. Well, whatever. This I'm okay with because it'll end up breaking the render if it's not there. So it's not the end of the world. Okay, so we get it running. It still isn't loading this part, right? We should be seeing orgs, org users, like all that stuff in here. So why are we not getting the correct data in this page now? Yep, all that looks correct. And that's what we're using to generate the sidebar here. Ooh, more runtime method stuff. Where is that happening? I guess it doesn't matter. We don't need the whole thing. Oh. So that page, if we look at the layout, that's all the sidebar stuff. And then here, this becomes the children of it. And the children is populated by the API Astro page. So then this goes and loads the entry, which is, it's a bunch of indirection. I'm not exactly happy about it. If we go to content here, API, api.mdoc, and that's it. Like, yeah, this shit's like hard coded. But why? It should be part of our script to overwrite that. So endpoints markdown list. Aha! Grouped endpoints get tag markdown, which we have not updated yet. Okay, so we're getting to that point just fine, right? We're logging most of it. Right, yeah, this comes back as an array, so that makes sense. And then tag endpoints, etc. So that's the tag, and then this is endpoints. Oh, hold up. I think I know it. I think I know exactly. Yeah, hold on. Okay, hold up. That's the only place we have that still. Let's double check that. Yeah, the bad naming of content versus content. So that's the only other place we go looking for that. From @/content.schemas though. And that's just for the type. Yeah, okay. So no, we're good there. Yep, nope, that's fine. All right. So let's go find our content directory that was being created here. 'Cause, that's not doing anything right. So then, yeah, we do that, and then will it blend? Oh, okay. So then, yeah, orgs.mdoc. Yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of markdown or markdoc files. It's gonna be in endpoint/tags. Yep, yep. Okay. And then, yeah, this is just like some BS content that we throw in for these things. But yeah, I would say I think almost all of these go away. And then we need to like create stuff for tags. Yep. Oh, and yeah. All right. So yeah, we got a bunch of BS there. We got to make sure that we have case installed as a dependency. We do. Perfect. How's my running of the rest of the Google things? All right, so if we go look at endpoints.mdoc, that will help us. So it's really just all of these partials. So we have 9 of them to consider. So orgs, org users, keywords, keyword events, keyword lenses, keyword notifications, keyword lens results, notifications, stats, orgs, org users, keywords. Oh, wait, no, we're back. So yeah, okay. So we need to create all of those, but we're not going to do it with the spaces in the name because that's a terrible idea. So where are we writing that to? And yeah, honestly, this is kind of a flaw in the place that we copied this from too. Like over in Walter, we just so happened to not have tags that were multi-word. So that made some things easier. But we also have some other issues. Maybe issue is the wrong word. It's almost like I'm going to need to rename org to team everywhere. But that's pretty gross. Like that means I'd have to do some database migration bullshit. I'd have to like migrate the data from table to table. I think doing just some mapping is easier. You know, we wouldn't have to change the database if we just changed the router. So we could change org to team at the router level. And then I think we're pretty good. So that's just orgs in the database and like table names and stuff, but at least anything user facing. It used to be that like any API request stuff was not user facing, so we didn't have to think about this. Hmm. Okay. Let me use the restroom because, yeah, I've been chugging this water because it's a bit warm in this room. It's 85 degrees right now. Not ideal. But yeah, we're making good progress at least. I'm happy about that. But yeah, let me use the restroom. I'll put on the restroom screen too because why not? It's fun. All right. So yeah, what's everyone up to? Hmm. And I picked up a bunch of salad stuff today. Just finished watching USA Belgium. Nice. Where was that one played at? Was that the Seattle one? Hmm. Who won? 4-1. So yeah, getting our best player back. The shenanigans didn't help at all anyway. Good. That's fucking karma. Just gotta say, like, dude, the officiating has been so bad too, though. So it's like hard to blame them for trying to overturn it. Like, did you see the shit that I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Mbappe or whatever? You seen the shit he had to put up with from Paraguay? It's fucking bullshit, dude. Yeah, I'm just rooting for Norway. Go Norway. All right, so it's really the tag markdown that we want to be doing this in, right? We got the case.lower.mdoc, but really, what? Motherfucker. What? Dude, I turned off Bluetooth. How is this even connected now? What? I turned it back up. Air brakes. Trackpad died again too? Okay, it's a little bit of everything fucking up at this point. Dude, yeah, I think my USB switcher is dying. Which is weird, because it's not like there's any moving parts besides the button. All right, so we do that. Anchor here. I think we need to be doing this everywhere. Oh, he doesn't have to be awake. He'll complain about anything. Anything to take the fucking attention off the Epstein files, right? Yeah, so hold on. Right, so we're still going to get some errors about this stuff. Oh, and I did camel. Yep, that's a mistake. All right, so now that one's there. So, yep. Now we just need to make the rest of the stuff. Um, all right, so then keyword events, keyword notifications. Okay, boom. So yeah, now we get like orgs and other shit in there, which is fine. Yeah, the naming conventions need work. But okay. And then yeah, whatever font we got there is garbage too. But all right, so we're getting there slowly. We're not there yet. This is a tweet for tomorrow, right? This one can go to LinkedIn too. Um, keeps resetting thinking. Thinks you think they're trying to steal your usage. No, we actually have evidence that the more thinking it does, the worse it gets. Right? Boom, Fable. Low is a 92, max is an 88. It's actually like an almost purely linear regression. You know, like holy shit, dude. That's crazy. Right? It's like Fable just gets in its own head and just keeps looping, which is actually that feels very like AGI to me. I mean, best is fuzzy and we're still running some stuff, but at the moment, it's seeming like your best cost benefit for these things. Nemotron, Gemma 4, Laguna M1, even Devstral for just JSON. When we go for non-JSON and you're doing text output, Nemotron, Gemma, GPTOS S20B, 5.4 nano. But for a lot of these things, you're going to be constrained by context window. I think Nemotron Super might be the only one that has like the million in that top 5. Let me double check that though. Yep. Yeah, so I mean, as far as doing something like generating commit messages, you know, you're going to need to take in a lot of junk for it. Nemotron's a solid deal. Again, best is a fuzzy term. What about DeepSeek Flash too? Oh, I could have done it here. Yes, you're looking at about the same price. Let's do a comparison. All right, DeepSeek V4 Flash, Nemotron 3 Super. I wonder if we can lock these up among similar hosts. It's a little tougher, but we can do that one maybe. So yeah, now DeepSeek V4 Flash might be the best deal because it looks to me like Nemotron gets more expensive. Gemma is even more expensive on most providers. Right? Even the cheapest Gemma is more expensive than V4 Flash. As far as input goes, output too. Yeah. Yeah, so the best value might be DeepSeek V4 Flash. Given that it has a significantly sized context window. Does it? Where do we see that? Context length, yeah. So yeah, I would say DeepSeek V4 Flash is probably the best bet if you're going for like absolute cost optimization. Or like, you know, for intelligence too. There's other ones that you could do that are probably good enough. And in fact, I bet we could look at commit messages themselves, yeah, so it looks to me like basically everything from Quen 3.7 up gets a 100% on commit message generation. So if you're generating commit messages, then you pretty much just want to find like the absolute cheapest in this list. And I think your absolute cheapest is that one I can't remember. I mean, Ling is absolutely one of the cheapest ones you can get. Dude, Ling is dirt cheap. But again, I don't think it has a full-sized context window. Yeah, so Ling only has a context window of 262. When you look at price, it's only 7 cents versus 11 or 12. Okay. And I'm only really thinking like for GitKraken terms, right? Like if we were to pick a cheaper model, theoretically, right, that still had a significantly sized context window. So that means nope, no Gemma 4. I think, yeah, that one's pretty small. Let's look at the numbers again. I don't think any of the Quens are that cheap. Now, I guess technically you would be doing JSON output. So then that does change things a bit. Ling still does fine. Dude, Granite. Granite is cheap. I forget what the context size is for that one, though. Oh, tiny. Just teeny tiny. Yeah, Trinity Mini wasn't even good. And then, yeah, if we're really considering this and we look at Gemini 3.1 Flash Lite, you still get the million. It is maybe half the cost. But if we maybe looked at, I don't know if I even have 2.5 Flashlight in this list. So that's maybe a miss on my side. Yeah, see, so if you're using 2.5 Flashlight, price-wise, you are good to go. Like output tokens, you'd be spending more, but commit messages are light, you know? I guess the big problem is to get 2.5 Flashlight, you really only have like two options though, right? Google AI Studio and the European host. So that is maybe something I should take a note of so I don't forget. Okay, so yeah, Gemini flashlight, Sonnet 5. Are there any other models that we think I need to add that, maybe I've forgotten about? $0.10 is pretty cheap, but it's not a million context window. Only 262. Fugu, that was the one I was thinking of. Someone was asking about Ornith the other day. I was like, isn't that the one that's basically just like a router? Fugu is the one that's basically just a router. And yeah, $5 per million. Fuck that, dude. Yeah, it is actually surprising how cost effective some of the Google models are. But I guess it really depends. Does 2.5 Lite? Let me do this. Let me go back a bit. Does 2.5 Lite wow, max output tokens. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, tool use, no prompt training allowed. Right? Totally doable there. And yeah, 2.5 flashlight just doesn't have any of the values there. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Again, any single best, you got to really think about like the problem you're solving. But as far as the data we got there, there's something. Yeah, I almost want to see like a cost benefit graph, right? I want to see a quadrant graph on this page too, right? Just for commit messages. So that's another thing we should start prompting. Should probably start prompting that sooner rather than later. But yeah, I don't know. Something to think about. I do think there's a lot of interesting data in here. Definitely worth uncovering. It's funny how bad Quen 3.6 Flash is at commit message generation, though. That's purely for the JSON, though. Because then if we go back to like here, yeah, I think the Quen models are just really bad at doing JSON output. Like maybe they're not even supported. Well, no, not all of them, because we see one. But here we see Qwen 3.7 plus max. Yeah, Qwen 3.6 Flash. So it's almost like the Flash Max Plus models just don't really actually support JSON output, but they don't throw an error when you request it, which is interesting. I should double check the output of that, because that would be interesting. Like, let's go look at a specific fixture. Oh, some of these are interesting. Oh, wait, what? Okay, so the Qwen 3.7 plus Max and Flash, they have this issue here. But that's weird. Messages must contain the word JSON in some form to use response format of type JSON object. What? Why? Not a single other model, not a single other provider requires that. Like, they fail, sure. Minimax M3 goes wild on this one. Okay. Yeah, and then the rest are passing, which is fine. I think there's a lot of stuff we need to be doing to improve the usage of the dashboard. Let me at least like leave some notes for myself for that. Oh, and we did all this. Oh wait, that's Walter. Oh, and we don't even have a notes file here. All right, so yeah, models to add, UI to fix. Add quadrant chart to individual benchmark. Page. Increase length of model names in charts. Okay, so yeah, and I might even want to like flip those around. But yeah, anyway, let's continue along. Damn, 13K, 13,000 views on that throwaway turbo progress bar joke. Well, thanks, Twitter. You know, they don't bury me every time. The pizza tweet's getting buried, but I'm okay with it. I think the GitHub one's more fun. Okay, so yes, back to where we're at. I know that was a little bit of a side track into what we're doing. Yeah. All right. So the next fix for Messijo itself, right? Let's close some of these. Oh yeah. Sorry, I want to schedule this tweet. Any sufficiently advanced is indistinguishable, right? We want to like kind of do the quote. Right. So now we're doing the Arthur C. Clarke quote. How do we feel about it? This is a solid tweet. I feel good about this one. Right, and this one's even like LinkedIn worthy, right? All right, so there we go. Get some crunch in our lives. All right, so yeah, we'll schedule that. That'll be a tomorrow morning thing. So we're basically teeing that one up for Skeptrune, right? Or Nick Kami, or whatever his real name is. Right? For Mintlify to just like hit a home run. That's just cross-company collaboration right there. All right, let's close some of these tabs that we don't need at the moment. And yeah, the next part that we are going to fix very quickly. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Wrong thing. Okay, so here we go. Let's start off first. Let's do the basics. So I think the basics of this are we go into here. No. What we actually want is on this page in the layout. Right, we're not doing the hash listener like, as you scroll the page, like these things update or whatever. All right, we're setting up the intersection observer, but that's about it. All right, so then group.label, this is actually going to be case dot oh, and hold on. We did not bring in case yet. I think we want case.title, right? Yep. Org users, it does the spaces, perfect. So then here, endpoint.label, and we want to do the same thing. Boom. Nailed it. All right, next, hold on. Font display, that is awful. We are not going to do a font display. And then, voila. All right, yeah, present them. Next up, hold on. We've got a bit up here. All right, get rid of font display for that. Cool, much better. Oh, and that's where we get to, hold on. Yeah, that ends up looking weird. We'll have to figure out what element's even causing that. Oh, we got some text that's overflowing that's causing that. So that's a separate bug. Yep, that's the problem there. All right, so that's a separate issue. I'm almost wondering, should we put them in cards? I don't know about that part. So then, hold on. Yeah, this indentation is also because of overflow on those things. Yep. All right, so let's fix the overflow on that first. Sure. Oof. And yeah, we're getting keyword events there. Let's do the overflow problem first. Yeah. Because the title, I think, is easier. I'm not 100% certain where the fix for the component is. Interesting. So that doesn't fix it. Okay, so that's probably the wrong thing to put that on. Oh, actually, okay, so that at least does that. What's up, Sicarius? You got up early in Germany? Nice. So I'm curious why the first item in that list is indented. So those colors should actually be there. Why wouldn't they be there? We always have a today command that you can use. And I think it's fairly accurate for the plan today. Oh, that's our title. Hold on. Today. That's what I meant. There you go. Okay, so then maybe instead of text primary, we just modify it, right? So success green, put blue, catch yellow, blue, Red? Okay. Yeah, that's nice. No, that's fine. It's all right. You're not being pushy about it or anything, so yeah, you're okay in my book. Where is that indentation coming from? What? Oh, it's because we've got text right on it. Right. So that's a text right problem, but something is wrong there. I guess, yeah, no, so that is for REM. What if we just do min W for REM? There we go. Okay. That was weird. That feels pretty good so far. Yeah. All right. We could probably even break up. Like we could change up where the org ID and keyword ID like are injected and shown. I feel like we're okay with that right now. I feel like this is all right. So then the next thing I want to fix is this. Right? Where's that title coming from? Now my theory is that we're doing that still in the generate API docs stuff. Get tag header markdown. All right, so we save that, but we actually have to rerun the build to get there. And then voila. Okay, so then here, list keyword events. All right, so we see an H2 that's getting created here. See the anchor getting generated. And yeah, I think there was another person from Germany that I've been meaning to apologize to, but they haven't said anything yet today. Because I misunderstood them on Saturday. That was on me. No, yeah, they're not here. All right, so yeah. And it's actually at the method. Yeah, yeah. Hold on. This is a method title issue. No, no, no. It wasn't you. I'm spacing on it now. They were talking about other things that were called Git bench, and I completely misunderstood them at first. So that's my fault. Boom. Nailed it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. No, no. I knew it wasn't you. I'd have to see their name again to remember it. But yeah, I should have been looking earlier today. That's on me. But yeah, okay, so this is already feeling better. We still have something kind of weird going. Right? Like, sure, some of this is gross, but like, what the hell is causing the X overflow? So if we do that, it works, right? So if we just add X overflow hidden, we're good to go. If we do that to the body. And I feel like that's okay. Like, I can't think of a use case where I would want to allow that to overflow. All right, so we're still good there. All right, so that sticky top. Not so sure about that part. Yeah, this thing being sticky, I don't think we need. We want the sticky here. Yeah, top 16. don't know how I feel about it. I'm a bad designer. I think the indentation's a mistake. Okay, so it's still over here. All right, we could just do an HR as a split there. I don't hate it. All right, we've already got that P2 on it. I think rounded matters at all. It just seems like 2 isn't enough. 3? All right. I mean, we could do this. Oh, and yeah, it's not where that would go. But we actually want to put this elsewhere. Oh, yeah. We changed it to card. I don't especially like it yet. It's better. It's not necessarily good yet, though. Oh, wait, where's that gap 6 coming from? Oh, it's defined on the card. Right, right, right. Okay. Yeah, no, API reference here needs work. I'm not necessarily soaked on that yet, right? Like just chill out. I'm not looking for every little thing to be critiqued at the moment because I'm thinking about how I want to do this part. Like I almost want these to be shrunken and expand as you scroll kind of thing. But it is 8:35. It's probably time for me to get to some work stuff. This is a good point to like pick back up on tomorrow, I think. Yeah, we need to get the scroll spy stuff going. But I mean, we've already made a massive amount of progress today, so I'm pretty pumped on it. You know, it's not perfect. I wouldn't even say it's good, but we're getting there. So yeah, the boilerplate that we brought over from Walter, I think, is worth it. Yeah, yeah, I think we're getting there. I think, yeah, this is not terrible. So yeah, who do we go raid? No, I get it. Yeah, yeah. It's just more nitpicking some of the design stuff is really just outside the scope of our goal at the moment. We need to get the content in there and functional, and then we can nitpick spacing and all that stuff as much as we want. Right? Now, who is streaming right now? see a bunch of game dev. See a lot of people playing games too. So let's go to the category and see what's going on there. Hypnotic is going. Yeah, I don't mind game dev too much. Like we can go raid some game dev if needed. I'd like to see if there's some non-game dev to check out, but it's not the end of the world. Man, yeah, there's just really not that many people streaming right now. Let's do it. Let's go raid Hypnotic. He has raided here before. I like to pay it back. And yeah, he does some cool game dev. He's got a cool, really cool mustache and beard. So yeah, I'll be over on gaming here in a little bit. Probably just gonna be watching some shows while I get a bunch of work done. I might game a little, but yeah, gonna make a salad for dinner, I think. It'll be a light dinner. We're doing a bit of a weight cut. There's a little too much Chris at the moment. So yeah, we're gonna go raid into Hypnotic Games. He's a good dude. Looks like he's figuring out some custom Godot or Godot stuff, which is pretty cool. Dude, his mustache is epic. I'm not kidding. Like, I think y'all like it. So I will at least bid farewell to the Twitter and the YouTube crowd. Thank you all for hanging out. Cheers.